Why stay earthbound when prosperity awaits you in the stars? Come to Halcyon, the only colony on the edge of the frontier, owned and operated by corporations. A trip of 10 short years will feel like mere minutes, thanks to the comfort and safety of your very own hibernation chamber. You'll wake up in a perfect society designed to maximize your productivity, with guaranteed full employment. With only a minor term of service, you will become the master of your own destiny when you go out of this world to the Halcyon colony.
Hundreds of thousands of colonists left adrift out here forever, just to keep from damaging the board's bottom line. Disgraceful.
I wonder if you've ever considered a career in pictures. A crack shot. Capital. If we're ever captured, I'll let you do the talking. I can be reasonably sure you know how to add and subtract.
Looks to be your lucky day, my friend.
Please power down your engines and prepare to be...
Not likely, bootlickers. Initiate skip jump.
Status. Structural integrity down 25%. Power levels down to 90%. Skip drive is
Shit.
inoperable.
Ah, there you are. Wondering what's going on, eh? Bit of bad news there, I'm afraid. Your colony ship was inexplicably knocked out of skip space and forced to complete its journey at sublight speeds. This means that you and every other colonist on the Hope have been in suspended animation for 70 years, give or take. Normally, reviving someone after so long leads to some quite horrifying results. It's called explosive cell death, but it's really more of a liquefaction. Something wrong? Oh, yes, well, not to worry. I've pumped your body full of a special concoction I devised to keep you from dying so horrifically. Hopefully at all, but I guess we'll see, yes? Unfortunately, I used the last of my chemical supplies saving you. I know it's a lot to ask, but I must have your help securing more if we're to save the rest of your fellow colonists. I'd see it done myself, of course, but the board has a sizable bounty on my head. Now, my ship is inoperative, but I've managed to hire a smuggler to help you out. He'll be... Oh, I see we're in position. Good luck! Can you hear me? Is this thing working? Ah, there you are. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, the smuggler. His name is Hawthorne, and he should be waiting for you at the landing site. He's to be your chauffeur, so to speak. Not to worry. I'm told he's a specialist. Dashing gunslinger, one-of-a-kind ship, that sort of thing. You'll like him, I'm sure. I've also outfitted you with a simple wireless monitor, so I can track your progress. I'll check in with you as soon as you land. Good luck. All the colonists are counting on you.
Should be close by. What in law's name? Is that him? Oh, that idiot. I told him to plant the beacon and move away, not stand there holding it. Oh well, no sense in letting his ship go to waste. Hawthorne won't mind you taking his ship. Better you than the board, huh? Not sure I'm... Shame about the whole squashing thing. Nasty way to go. You've been frozen for a while. There's bound to be unforeseen side effects.
Hey, you, come here. You've tried the best now. Now try the rest. Looks like the bleeding stopped. I owe you one. Hope you don't mind me omitting this little exchange from my report. Spacer's Choice doesn't like us except... Oh, we're all part of the Spacer's Choice family here. Not that I deserve to be. Can't even deliver a company slogan. We were out on patrol. I saw a marauder camp up in the hills. Then my gun misfired. Right through my side. I mean, what are the odds of that, right? Just barely scraped by with my life. Crawled in here and blocked off the exit with those canisters. Gibbering, flesh-eating, law-breaking, unemployed lunatics with guns. See those canisters by the entrance? Marauders come sniffing around in here, and I can take them all out with a single shot. Not bad, huh? Yeah, okay. You look like you know your way around a gun. Got some spare ammo, not counting the bullet in my side. Here, you can have my saber too, for patching me up and all. All Spacer's Choice weapons are now 30% less likely to malfunction. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's Choice. Yes, nailed it that time. You hit your head or something? You're in Emerald Vale. We're a Spacer's Choice community. Edgewater's a little ways down. Prettiest place in the Vale. Be sure to stop by a provisioner's for a can of our famous... The Hope? Is that some sort of fancy new drug? Are you with Auntie Cleo or... Don't take this the wrong way or nothing, but I'm not allowed to fraternize with Cleo workers. Company policy.
My ears! Oh, what just happened? Can you hear me? What in the hell? This...
of here before you get yourself killed. Don't know where you came from, stranger, but you best keep your head down. There's marauders hereabouts, and worse, landing violators. Gall on that rung leech. Landing in the Vale without using an official Spacer's Choice landing pad. I'd slap him with a fine if it weren't for all these marauders shambling about. Really? How? Shouldn't have done that. Spacer's Choice family ain't authorized to receive medical aid from off-brand physicians. We'll see him back to Edgewater, just as soon as I cross these marauders off with the swift, cost-efficient fury that's made Spacer's Choice the most trusted brand, and I just, need a couple of winks to catch my breath.
Talk to the lieutenant. She's certified in customer service.
Please be informed that this vessel contains no valuable plunder. Marauder, please be informed that ignoring me is dangerous for your health. Unauthorized access of spacefaring vessels is a crime. Please submit yourself to the authorities. Hello, Marauder. I am Ada, the autonomous digital Please be informed that I am authorized to use violent retribution against unwanted solicitors. Please return any misappropriated equipment and exit this vessel in an orderly fashion. Failure to do so will result. Gesture procedures initiated. Disengaging airlocks. Preparing to eject all boarded parts. You are still here. My deception protocols have failed. I have been programmed to express disappointment. This vessel is the registered property of Captain Alex Hawthorne. I am incapable of accepting orders from anyone other than... I understand. I will require some time to process this information. Thank you for your patience and for your honesty. I am programmed to take orders exclusively from Captain Hawthorne. If I accept your orders, then you must... Well done, Captain Hawthorne. I see your powers of deductive reasoning remain intact. Unfortunately, our engine is currently inoperable. Our main drive suffered a critical power failure, and we were forced to make an emergency landing. The main drive's power regulator has been irreparably damaged and must be astutely observed. However, the probability of locating a power regulator within a worker settlement falls within acceptable parameters. High-capacity power regulators are sometimes employed in the electrical networks of worker settlements. I have taken the liberty of printing you a new captain's identity cartridge. Please try not to lose it. This cartridge identifies you, Alex Hawthorne, as the registered proprietor and captain of the Unreliable. Do you... Best of luck in your search for a... If your equipment is in need of repair or modification, the Crux 2000 workbench is at your disposal, Captain. Want to be a brand new you? Try out our respecification machine. Alex installed it himself. Right before he died. The ship's engines cannot be powered until a replacement regulator has been properly installed. These are the crew's quarters. Alex preferred to travel alone, but he always had me. Due to catastrophic power failure, all doors will remain on security lockdown.
Say, this wouldn't happen to be your ship, because you sure walked in it like it was yours. And if this ship is yours, well, ma'am, you owe Spacer's Choice a hefty fine. Oh, by the law. I'm so sorry. I had no idea we had an inspector coming. If you'd like to speak with my manager, I report to Constable Reyes in Edgewater. Edgewater's not too far. Just follow the road east of here, over past the cemetery. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to inspect the crime scene before I make my report.
Whoa, hey, where'd you come from? Don't go ambling out in those hills. That's marauder territory. Your pod? What are you on about? You take a bruise to the cranium? Ain't safe out here. You'd best head into town. Avail yourself of Edgewater's high walls. And low prices. Pleased to make your acquaintanceship. I'd shake your hand, but I've been hauling corpses. You don't want none of that on. Name's Silas. Junior in humor for the town of Edgewater. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family. Got a knack for being discreet-like? There's money to be made. Edgewater is a company town, board-owned and operated. That includes the cemetery. None of us own our grave sites, we rent them from the company. Renting means money. Money means paperwork. Paperwork means signatures. Some of our families become a mite delinquent in paying their dues, you see? 4 workers still haven't paid up. Phyllis, Conrad, Ludwig, and Martin Abernathy. He's a special case. You may want to twist his arm a little.
Huh? What? I wasn't doing wrong.
Thank the law. I've been requisitioning backup for months. Guess the boss finally came to... You ever swung a truncheon? Let me see your rifling stance. I want to make sure you're up. I told Silas I'd pay my dues if he agreed to join the resistance. Guess this means he's finally heard the calling. The war. The coming apocalypse. Man versus machine. I'm talking about mechanical soldier. Cold, heartless automatons made of iron and lies. Just my luck. I ask for backup and the boss sends me one of them simple folk. All right. Auto-mechanicals. Creatures forged in the fires of malevolence. I seen them over by the old power plant. Clattering about. Firing at the birds. When the swarms of mechanicals come clanging on over that hill, where will you be? Cowering beneath your cot? Or standing, shoulder to shoulder with the resistance? I've been gathering up a war chest over the years. Saltuna cans, mostly, some Spacer's chaw, a few bit cards. I'll reward you for your aid. Enlistment fees. Yeah, I suppose. Wouldn't want to give the Resistance a bad name. They have sent a scout, prowling around the junkyard just behind our beloved town. This scout must not be permitted to return to its base of operations. Cross it off, then report. Mechanicals got a weak spot in their midsections. I think the technical term is, the blue glowy square thing.
I'm sorry. I'll just be a minute.
You had a minute. Next one comes up.
Something got you down?
Nothing. Just don't want to fall sick.
It's not the best choice, it's Spacer's choice. And before you ask, I'm all out of deluxe salt tuna. Music to my ears.
Please don't touch anything. Your hands are probably crawling with physical hygiene recapitulates moral hygiene. Cleanliness is next to lawfulness. So everyone says, until someone forgets to cough into their elbow, and then we're all dying of plague. I'm Conrad. You will report to me if your hair fails to meet Spacer's choice. You will also report to me in the event of your death, whereupon I will clean and prepare your remains for interment. Ah, gravesite fees. Silas and I had talked about this at length. I thought I'd made it clear my pecuniary situation precludes the necessary restitutions. As broke as pie crust, friend, bidless, indigent, destitute, I simply cannot afford it. I am a blemish on the prosperity of our fair settlement. When I expire, I expect Silas to toss my body in. With what? My own. Tell Silas I can't afford to pay, and that I fully expect to have my medical rights revoked for this dereliction. With my. Not a bad idea. But I'd need some kind of collateral. My pair of lucky clippers. No, that. Your idea intrigues me, but I'm afraid I don't have anything to give Silas. I'm. Oh? Am I in the company of a fellow dog? You may think that, but the tidiness of my fellow worker is my responsibility, alive or otherwise. Whether you're showing up to work or going to that great cannery in the sky, it's my job to make you look like a million bits. Go ahead. Edgewater has been good to me. I consider myself privileged to work here. I am never wanting for work, not since the plague started. The plague's come at us with a vengeance this year. Lost 6 workers in as many months. I wouldn't call them good workers, mind you. If they were any good, they'd have been treated. Still, it is a shame. Fever, chills, fatigue, aching, vomiting, an excess of phlegm, a tendency towards belly aching. Company policy, friend. We don't have enough medicine to treat all of us, so we treat the best among us. We're a sensible people. You know about Eugene? How? Then, you know Phyllis suggested selling off Eugene's gold teeth. I didn't approve of the idea then, and I don't. Eugene's golden teeth were a family heirloom, representing 3 generations of poor dental hygiene. That's unthinkable. Eugene's body and all rare earth minerals contained therein are solely the property of Spacer's Choice. I can't ask Silas to dig up a man's body and pry a... Yes, I suppose I must. Here you are. Gravesite papers affixed with my...
Yes, Mr. Thompson. I'm fine, Mr. Thompson. Whoa, did Mr. Thompson send you? Well, you tell Mr. Thompson I'll be right at my post. Tomorrow. Bright and early tomorrow. Because I'm definitely not plagued. As spry as a spring chicken. You some sort of wandering alienist? Walking into a man's own domicile, pestering him about his mental state? You don't know that. I could have been saying anything. Maybe I said vague. You know how words sound a mite strange when you... Wait! No! Oh, damn it. Okay, listen. Maybe I am feeling a little under the weather, but I swear I'm on the mend. And become the town pariah? I'm already the oldest worker in town. I don't need to give him another reason to have... Hey, you're hale and healthy and possibly for hire, ain't you? There's a cache of anthracillin tucked away in the old community center. Powerful stuff. Stronger than what we got. I need you to break in, nab that medicine, and... You oblige me with your haste. I think I feel the plague spreading. Oh, law, it's in my... Silas knows, doesn't he? That's why he sent you. That's why he wants... Look, I got my gravesite fees right here. See? I'm good for my word. Get me that... I know that. Reed would have wrote me up. Constable would have locked me up and wrote me up. Could have gone to see the good vicar, but...
You're making a mistake working for Abernathy.
Almost lost a finger in the cannery today.
Hey, you hear about Wilson? You the new worker? Whatever. Make it quick, Tenderfoot. I'm busy. Shit. Silas still on about that. Here, take the fees. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Reed I was late. Because they're not my fees and not my gravesite. Guy... I could do without the sarcasm. Wasn't acting out. Law requires delinquent gravesite fees to be paid by the deceased party's closest living relative. Shame, though. Eugene was a good worker. Woke up one morning and put a round through his upper story. Can't imagine why. The kid was doing all right at his desk. We all thought he was an upstanding receptionist. Just between the two of us, I'm pretty shocked his weapon didn't misfire. Spacer's Choice handguns aren't the most reliable. Not half as awful as the bill Eugene left. Suicide's a crime. The legal term is irreparable damage to company property. What Eugene did to himself was vandalism. When one of your workers commits a crime, the entire town pays for it. In other words, Edgewater would have been penalized pretty hard. Whatever Eugene was worth as an asset, we would have had to pay out of pocket to Spacer's Choice. All I know is Silas asked me for Eugene's gravesite fees, which means he was approved for burial, which means his papers went through, which means the town's in the clear. I'm just glad to put this whole ugly affair behind me. Eugene can rest his bones in peace, and the rest of us can get on with our own lives.
Fancy threads. That's a... You run into any trouble? Reliable work from a freelancer. That's gonna take... And I'll buy you a drink sometime. Suppose you've earned it. Abernathy was sick? With the plague? That's disgusting. What? No. I needed his fees because of his name. A for Abernathy. He was at the top of my list. Yeah? Former people, yeah. Well, if you're gonna go headhunting, talk to Constable... Oh no. Hang on, I'm doing... Work's been... You could look at... but you... Every now and again, a virulent plague sweeps through our town. That's life on the frontier, I suppose. Definitely not the junior inhuman. If you've got business inquiries, you should stop...
Searching for repair bay. Error. Navigation. Damage to navigation systems detected. Attempting to return to... Navigation system attempting to misdirect.
Huh? The grease monkey, Argo?
I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson, sir.
Seems we've got a guest. Really now, Parvati, I do wish you'd spoken up. I do apologize. I was given no forewarning of your arrival, or I might have welcomed you at the gates myself. I'm Reed Thompson, Outpost Administrator. I cannot help but notice you are not in uniform. Yes, so it dawns on me. Seems I allowed my excitement to run away with my wits. Been a few seasons since we've had a visitor pass through.
Only regulator we got is hooked up to the town transformer. Mr. Thompson ain't liable to be keen on dismantling it.
I beg your pardon. I am most emphatically not keen on any such thing. I can't let you have our power regulator. But I happen to know of another one. And I happen to know exactly how you may retrieve it without frying yourself in the process. There's a power regulator in the old botanical lab. It's mostly abandoned, so all that power is being squandered. Go down to the geothermal plant. Reroute power from the botanical district over to us. Once their power's shut down, you can have their regulator and be along on your way. I was not entirely sure how to tell you this. The botanical labs are not legally inhabited, but there are people who live there. The people living in the botanical labs, they're deserters, former workers. My hope is that by cutting off their power, you will convince those deserters to come back to town. Before you go to the plant, I want you to stop by the botanical lab. Speak to their leader, Adelaide. Tell her the power's about to go, and that it's time her band of deserters came back to town.
My dad told me all about the plant. Taught me all he knew. I could come in... I mean, if that's all right with you, Mr.
I hesitate to part ways with Miss Holcomb, but I cannot deny that she is talented. And you will need an administrative passcode in order to enter the plant. I am trusting you with mine, and trusting Miss Holcomb to guide you if...
Great! I got my wrenches and diagnosticators and hairpins and engine tape, so...
Well, I am glad to hear that. Best of luck to you, and thank you again for your help. It is a lot...
I'm going. Sure thing. On my way. We better clear out of Mr. Thompson's office. Hey, ma'am, can we talk? Sorry. You just want to... It's just... Mr. Thompson has his own view on matters, on account of it's his job and what all, but that's not the only side of the tale. Sure, it all comes together seamless in his own head. And I reckon he means well, for all that. It's just, he doesn't always get where other folk are talking. To Mr. Thompson, a person's a gear. It does its job quiet-like. If it squeaks or stutters, it gets replaced. The deserters are decent folk. Life's hard here. Especially for them that don't fit in so well. We're one big Spacer's Choice family, but every family's got the one the rest with. Mr. Thompson's aiming to take away their power. They'll have no lights to see, nor heat to cook. They'll be at the mercy of marauders, or... I think you should talk to the town's vicar about it. Max, his name is. Thanks, ma'am. I just think when you gotta make a decision that'll hurt somebody, it's best to think on the right... That's what my dad used to... I've always felt weird in here. It's too... clean.
Yes, what is it? You're an outsider. Fantastic. Vicar Maximilian de Soto at your service. Or Vicar Max, if you're the sort who prefers brevity. And Ms. Holcomb as well. How rare to see you out. And with a complete stranger.
Just tagging along, Vicar de Soto. Don't mind me.
I so rarely get new people to talk to. Name your poison, anything at all. Spiritual counseling, this season's tossball predictions, the quickest way out of town.
But what? I thought you would talk to him.
You wanted to speak to me, Ms. Holcomb? Every time I've tried to engage you in conversation, you look at the floor, answer in single words, and I can't imagine what would be so grave as to drive her to my mission. What has Mr. Thompson asked you to... Depriving them of safety from the marauders and wildlife. I can see why that troubles you. Miss Holcomb has a soft heart. Always has, if you believe the talk. Assuming your goal is to save as many as possible, then you should bring everyone together. Send the power to Edgewater and convince the deserters to return. If it were as easy as a few soothing words in the right ears, I'm sure it would have been done already. If you don't mind a bit of unsolicited advice, be cautious on your way to the geothermal plant. It is not as safe as you might assume. One of the reasons I transferred here was to fulfill my duty in hunting down banned heretical texts. I happen to know such a book is, as we speak, tainting a collector's library in Emerald Vale. My retrieval efforts have been thwarted by marauders who have overrun the property. Should you fare better than me, I'd pay a handsome sum for the book. What? No, I don't want to burn it. I would never. I mean, I just want to keep the writing out of layman's hands. It wouldn't do for such an... Glad we see eye. It's a handwritten journal. A faded blue cover with the name M. Bakonu handwritten in... Thank you. If you retrieve it, you can always find me here.
I need to talk to you.
Something you need? That's on account of how I never met her. I don't write. She was in another division of the Spacer's Choice family. She worked in the Vale a few months, so her contract said any kids she had, expected or not, belonged to her office. Well, I don't know about normal. Dad said she worked under some kind of... It's sensible. Dad just fixed machines. She did some kind of crazy math, high-level stuff. Better to raise me... You mean about the mission being too clean? I know, but Vicker says the universe is a machine, that it runs by law. Real machines have gunked up oil, scratches, and worn bits. You can tell they've seen handling, been used by folk. The machine Vicker sees is one ain't never been run. It's not for people to live in. It's something on a museum shelf. It just comes off cold to me, is all.
Excuse me. I'm Esther Blaine, Spacer's Choice Actuary. I overheard your talk with Abernathy. I hope you're not thinking about getting him that medicine. Abernathy is a well-known hypochondriac. Anthracillin is wasted on him. You're better off selling it to me instead. All I'm saying is Abernathy's worked in this town longer than some of us been alive. How do I put this gently? He's got a lot of cobwebs up in his attic. I probably shouldn't tell you. Don't want you implicated for what I'm trying to do. Alright, here's a summary. A lot of sick people in this town. Can't reach out to corporate without crossing a river of red tape, so I'm reaching out to you. Thanks. I'll see to it that this medicine gets to the people. Here, something for your trouble. Nothing personal, but I hope we never do business together again. You do have some cheek on you. Lucky for you, I kept a little contingency fee in case you tried to negotiate with me. Somebody deserving. Silas on account of him being out in the cold. Amelia seeing how she's around people all the time. Anybody in the sick room? Oh, I'm an actuary. Technically, I'm...
Sure. On my way. Heading back. When I was little, we'd get freighters.
Bring us honor, soldier. You beat that scout to scrap with its own legs? Pulled its optic cables out its head case? Actually, don't tell me. You're a passing fair soldier, I will confess. But you are one, and the enemy is legion. But cantina, lavatory, behind one... Sharp, ain't it? The lavatory is the very on the double. Oh. I'm Ludwig Miller, Associate Security Officer. Unofficially, strict
whoever came out this far.
Wow! You put those marauders in the dirt quicker than the masked marketeer. Only thing unscrewed around here is the head of that marauder you took down. Never seen moves like that outside. You, on the other hand, you were a sight to behold. If I had half your skills, I'd be the greatest outlaw no. I insinuated myself into their company, see? I may have bartered them a few boxes of Adrena time, but yeah, I'm sure. I don't know. The vital processes that constitute the miracle of life are mysterious. Oh, you mean around these guys? The Marauders wouldn't hurt me. They love me. I'm practically their queen. I've got all... I got kicked out of Edgewater on account of I'd heard some outlaws set up camp instead.
Smell something?
Stand and deliver! Always wanted to say that.
from me. Hi. Everyone all right? Easy.
Move along, stranger. We don't want any trouble. I don't know you. Whatever you're looking for, it ain't here. Answers, huh? You must be one of those philosophicals. Already got ourselves one of those. A geo what? Look, plants ain't my purview. You're better off asking after Adelaide. If you're gonna start wandering around my camp, know that I got my sights on you. Yeah, that's us. And you can tell Thompson we're doing just fine. Enough with the questions. No offense. You don't know what enough with the questions mean? No, I'm sorry. That was unworthy of me. Lady named Zoe went missing some nights ago. Just up and vanished without a trace. Now I... Thank the Eternal. Wait, Marauder Camp. Queen of the Marauders, huh? That's what comes of watching serial. If you could bring her home, I'd be obliged. And if you could cross off some Marauders on the way, I'll tell you what. Well, enough to know we never got on. Zoe and Stefan were close. She was lazy and thoughtless. What is it?
but I wouldn't... Why? Adelaide wants me back on garden duty or something? Thanks. And no serial dramas. I've been thinking about going back. I just gotta know if Lord Cavendish really... I'll take my stuff and head on back, I suppose. Grace is gonna be glaring knives at me, so I've got...
What is it? We didn't always get along, but I'm glad to know she... Zoe joined up with a band of marauders. Zoe. The same Zoe who doesn't know a barrel from a trigger. Well, I've heard straight... You pretty much did my job for me. Let me know if I could... Over and out.
If you're hungry, there's meat turning on the spit outside. If you're bearing illness, find a place to lay your head down and I'll fetch you a poultice. Whatever your troubles with Edgewater, leave them at the gates and be well. I have been called that, among other things. Green Thumb, grandmother, the strange old lady who keeps flowers.
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just... You got such pretty trees.
Why, thank you. You're Robert's girl, aren't you? Are you staying long? You should try some of my tobaccorn tea. I brew it in an old spittoon. Reed Thompson, you here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile. Let's hear it. What's Reed's idea of peace, then? Make amends. Spare me. Like everything else that comes out of Edgewater, that peace offering is canned. I and my own are living just fine out here. He would do such a thing. The question is, why would you agree to... Cannery's got a regulator. You want ship parts, you ought to rip them out of the cannery's guts and leave us be. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that odious cannery. A hero to the people who matter. To us. Reed will never understand. He has been too long inebriated on the wine of corporate culture. Life in Edgewater grinds to a halt. The cannery shuts down, workers desert in droves, and our own little camp grows. I trust you will...
Wanted to poke around in here. Okay. The control room should be off to the right. I hope we're doing it. I think.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice.
Halt!
Here they come! Armor's too strong! Hit it from the Down they go! Everyone all right? Three switches. That'll be easy enough. happen to Miss McDevitt's folk if we send power to the Vale?
Not real. You're not real.
Behind the scenes, you're liable to get scalded. Here we go! Got him! We're pretty good at this! If we send the power to Miss McDevitt, what happens to the veil? All together! That's the last of them! That's the last. I'm not sure what the right is. All I know is the decision's final. Once we do this, there's no go- Excuse me, ma'am. Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you. Do you understand what you're about to... I don't think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out all at once. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their lives the only way they know how. Well, that sure sounds like Mr. Thompson. If he was standing here, I imagine he'd remind us of how we're all one big, happy space... In Mr. Thompson's eyes, those deserters are still part of the Spacer's Choice family. The family must work together in order to... I hate to say it, but I think Mr. Thompson's got a point. Unless those deserters come back, Edgewater's as good as dead. Cutting off... Sorry, I didn't mean to... Really? I mean, wow. Where are we headed? I think you did the brightest thing you could sending the power back to Edgewater. A lot of people would have suffered otherwise. Oh, that's Thomas. He used to follow me around before he left the cannery.
That's the thing about growing old. Your eyes start to fail. Elsewise, I would have seen you. This is all you're doing. Cutting off my power, killing off my garden. I want to ask you this in private, away from the eyes of my flock, so they do not see me lose my... You killed my garden, destroyed my community, sentenced my flock to a lifetime of slavery in Edgewater for a power regulator. Well, shit, I wish it was personal. Go talk to Grace and Thomas. Look them in the eye and tell them their life here is over, and the only thing left to do is go back to Edgewater. And you tell Reed Thompson that I will never return to Edgewater. As long as Reed is still in Edgewater, I will not return. Though... You offering to cross Reed off, huh? This some sort of twisted reparation for what you've done? Or you just looking for a chance to sow some chaos? Kill Reed if you must, or talk him into leaving if you can. He and I are not sharing the same four walls together. My son worked in that cannery. When the plague started, we had a store of medicine locked away. But Reed refused to treat him. Said my boy didn't. So I buried my boy in the cemetery, gathered my belongings.
Everybody keeps staring at me. It's not... Whoa, Miss Parvati.
Are you,
Great, just great. I've been trying to keep stuff running, just like you. Only I'm not so... Wait.
Oh gosh, no.
I seen you wandering around here. Sorry, I just wasn't sure if you were from town or if you were one of us. Fact is, I've been, well, lying to everybody here. I'll take all the help I can get. I set my mind to learning the craft of the engineer, you see. You ever heard of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering? Comes in...
Those are good. My dad kept...
I know the old community center kept a copy. No kidding! Look at that! Building a computing machine out of Spectrum potatoes, a primer. I appreciate you going through. In fact, I put aside something special. Sure. I've been thinking about going back. I get sick thinking about working at the You know something? I think you're right. The town could use another engineer. I could do a lot of good in Edgewater. Maybe even keep a garage of my own with a little... It's just... Adelaide's never gonna forgive me. Not now. Are you sure about this? If we head back to Edgewater on our own, Adelaide won't come with us. I expect we got no choice. Edgewater needs us back, and loath as I am to admit it. You okay with this, Grace?
My affairs are all settled. Thanks for helping me with so...
Just give us some time to gather our...
Look at that. Good for them. I'm glad. Back to the old cannery. I expected it'd end like this. I expect you've done enough for the Vale. If you don't mind leaving an old... It is too late.
Food's bound to spoil.
Processing.
Get someone down! Freaking heckle it! Don't mess with us!
Clever.
Nice one! Here goes nothing! That's the last of them!
It's a fine new day in Edgewater. the cannery. I suppose this means the two of you were able to... The greater good can be difficult to determine. None of us can know the effects of our decision in a year, or 10, or 100. Take comfort in the fact that your choices are always, ultimately, in line with the grand plan. Wonderful. This is fantastic. Well worth all the sacrifices I... Wait. What the fuck is this? Is this... French? I can't fucking read French. It's a law-forsaken joke is what it is. French! Ha! I was so high and mighty, preaching to the yokels about following the plan, while fighting it at every turn. Well, yes. But I've spent my life searching for the keys to unlocking the secrets of the universal equation that underlies the plan. I had hoped this book held some of those answers. I became so desperate, I even got myself assigned to this plague-ridden backwater to find the damn thing. All the time and suffering I've spent. Wasted. Please. As if my life should have no greater meaning than proselytizing to a bunch of feeble-minded Nothing could be more excruciating than discussing the true nature of reality with people who have no interest beyond their next... But that's neither here nor there. What I need to do now is to find a translator, obviously. But to do that, you have a ship. Perhaps I... Certainly. I already gave you most of my money, but I can offer you free spiritual counsel. I'm pretty handy with a tossball stick, or any blunt instrument, really. I'm also a passable gun hand, if it comes to that. I can... Oh, I'm fair... Fantastic.
Edgewater's gonna miss you.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. I'll be glad for the change of scenery. It is my esteemed pleasure to serve...
This is a fine day, friend. Power flows through our town like a cool... I trust Adelaide's people have seen their way to reason. So, when... Go ahead. It is my job to keep two up. I'm trying to remember 25 years. I remember... I wish you wouldn't say things. Yes, as a matter of... When I stand at my window and look out over my town, here's what I see. I see decent... We are all part of the Spacer's Choice family. We are all doing what... This is a Spacer's Choice town. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family here. Loyalty's got nothing to do with it, friend. This... Go ahead. Adelaide was our only flavor specialist. We are a Saltuna canning institution. Saltuna without flavor is like a cysty pig without tumors, borderline... Were it up to me, friend, I'd stack our larders with Saltuna galore. No other brand of Saltuna adds as much vim or vigor to the body's hue. But, and this is something we must keep between the two of us, Saltuna is hard to come by. Oh, we've scavenged together some organic material from the surrounding environs. Mostly organic, some of which possess a texture akin to a well-boiled slab of Saltuna. The difference is all but impossible to detect to any but the prissy. I appreciate... That's good enough for me. Adelaide and I have a history. We are in your debt. I am authorizing you for a discount on all official Spacer's Choice products, courtesy... By all... Thomas Kemp? I remember him. Had to write him up for daydreaming a few...
He tries real hard, Mr. Thompson. This is something he wants to do. That'll make him twice as good.
I will give him a chance to impress me. If he knows his way around a toolbox, I may have a place for him in the Holcomb workshop. This whole fiasco is not one I am keen on repeating. I was too hard on my own workers. With more hands at the cannery, I expect productivity will rise. I expect we'll grow. And I expect I can ask corporate to send us some more medicine. Will...
Coming back.
You're not a big drinker, are you?
Part that said we ain't making...
Sure there is. We can have another 0G.
Oh, I almost forgot. I'm contractually obligated to recite company slogans. Plague got you feeling woozy? Get yourself boozy with space. Coming right up.
If you're falling sick, I don't want you near me.
Don't worry.
You think corporate's ever gonna visit? Been eating nothing but salt tuna for a year.
Nothing I can do about it.
I've never actually been in here.
Help me back in that
Seems
cave.
scary.
Welcome to the Spacer's Choice Constabulary. The office is writing up promotion. Purchased 3 criminal investigations and the 4th one. As a Spacer's Choice Constable, I am authorized to grant you legal authority toward apprehending wanted. Know how to carry yourself in a fight? I've got cross them off and bring me their fingers. Just 1 per marauder, please. As long as your questions fall. His likeness decorates many a wanted poster. I am obliged to warn you against forming acquaintanceships, friendships, partnerships, or any felicitous relationship. I am also obliged to inform you of our referral program. For every criminal you refer to the authorities, I am obliged to remind you that questioning the veracity of the board's orders is a punishable. Wells has been wanted for unfortunate. Well, I represent Spacer's Choice. Also,
Almost lost a finger.
Coming over to you.
Feast your eyes, soldier. This here is a genuine Spacer's Choice injury customizing unit, designed to deliver a lethal blast of a... You ever want to see a mechanical flailing around like a... Fun. This ain't some quarterly performance review, soldier. Time's come for you to journey down into the black heart of the enemy's camp. I'm talking about the old geothermal plant. Unfortunately, the old plant lies outside my board-given jurisdiction. You'll need to get a pass... I've been after a passcode for years. Boss said no on account of my gross incompetence with all matters. I need you to get us the brain of a mechanical. Well, not exactly a brain. Anatomically speaking. If you die horribly, I will pour out a can of 0G.
Just leave me alone. Get away! You're not real. You're not real. Get away from me, Phantom. Don't you talk down to me, Phantom. At least I know. See? See, Higgins? This is why you must always boil your sprats before inject. Of course. Do excuse me. I experience brief flashes of mania during which I am visited by the phantoms of my... Chester D. Higgins. Oh, Higgins has been many things over the years. Sprat Wrangler, Saltuna critic, Aetherwave personality, chairman of the board, galactic defender, I've come a long way for someone who started off as a simple... I specialized in automechanicals, drones, sentries. Look, I don't want to fall into any trouble with the mechanicals. If they wise... You know, you remind me of myself back when I was an intergalactic adventurer. I discovered a flaw. Their hostility levels were hardwired to maximum. There's no changing that, but you could rewrite their targeting protocol so they attack each other instead. Yes, that's exactly it. I see you're also versed in the There's a behavior control terminal in the other room. It should have options. Oh, that reminds me. You'll need my passcode to... Funny thing, I was working on a logic module just before the mayhem.
I'm going. Be right there.
Never seen the Vale lit up like this before. Bang up work, soldier. You're a credit to your uniform. So this is it, then. The key to humanity's victory. I would reward you with the gratitude of the Resistance, but I'm guessing you want...
No kid. Ain't that just ironical? If I'd worked a little longer back at the camp. 2 whole data pads? Be still my beating heart. Well, don't... The geothermal plant? Now that is just incredible. You really went... That's a complete set. Aside from you.
I'm glad we could help, Thomas.
I've been saving something for you. Just a little contraption.
The strong survive and the weak perish.
I'll get you right up!
I've got this. For Marty first! Down they go! May the law have mercy on you! I won't! Watch and learn! Everyone all right?
Violence is the only way! I smite you in the name of the law! Don't mess with us.
does it.
I've had quite enough of you!
Done. Oh, I cut my own hair. But Conrad sells real good disinfectant.
Wish we had some better rations.
Something to report? We pay by the finger. Gil Antrim. Real name, Guillaume. Duly processed by a freelancer. I remember him. He was just a kid last I saw. I'll just need your signature here. Mabel Burgess. Age 37? Right or left? I remember Doc Burgess. Conducted my physical every fiscal quarter. Guess she couldn't keep her hands off her patient's mouth. Still one outstanding bounty. If you've got a finger. Here we are. Bertie Cotton. Cause of death. Bert was the local preacher before Max took over. Always was quick to remind us that we all get what we deserve. Well, that's all three. I must remember to requisition some more fingerprint to ink. Here's all the compensation you've earned, plus... You've done such a bang-up job hunting down our former workers that I thought it only proper to deputize you. Let me stop you there. It is official Spacer's Choice policy that all Marauders, regardless of prior affiliation to the Spacer's Choice brand, no longer. Ever since the company first settled the Vale. Life's good out here, but it ain't easy. Some folk, not everyone's cut out to work in Edgewater. Some turn deserter, some turn Everybody likes Adrenatime. It is the finest medical drug ever developed by Spacer's Choice. Much better than that crap Sure, a little too much Adrenatime can bring out the violent animal in you, but if overdosing on Adrenatime turns you into a lunatic, you have... Says so right on the warning label. Violent psychosis is a well-documented and legally accounted for side effect. What's on your...
Sometimes I wonder what I'm doing with myself.
Don't let the boss catch you sitting.
Town's been coming right up. We'll get you mostly...
Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome. Does she have a name? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying on a real ship. I'm the only decent mechanic Edgewater's got, but every time I think of going back, I get... Oh, it's kind of you to say that. And you're right. I want to ask you something, and you can say no. But can I come with you? I could tend to your engine. I know my G-valve, and if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back... Yes! I mean, thanks. Captain, I can...
Captain, I have detected that Edgewater's power supply is now optimal. I applaud your willingness to invest your time in the local community. What can I do for you? Do you know how to... Outstanding, Captain. Your aptitude for engineering will prove in... Our engine room is located behind you, across the cargo bay. What can I do for you? All systems are operating within I am prepared to bring the unreliable into low-altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our flight capability. We have received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Aha, there you are. Hale and hearty, and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain. Horrible way to die. How are you feeling, by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any, unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing. What you saw in Emerald Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colon. Gladys Kelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay. Excellent. I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design, cutting-edge technology, years ahead of its time. I call it the Holographic Shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the captain's quarters. Excellent. I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have any questions, come see me in my lab. And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets. If we don't put a stop to them, they're going to run this colony to the ground.
Transmission ended. If you are ready to depart, Destiny. Mission reached. The Groundbreaker.
Hey, Captain. I heard that Groundbreaker's got a real good engineer. A lady named Junlei Tennyson. I was thinking that maybe I ought to meet her. If you got... I don't got much experience fixing actual spaceships. I bet you a can of Borston beans she could teach me all manner of stuff. Thanks, Captain. Did you want to...
Smells like grease and unwashed bodies. Just as I remembered.
That's not the point. This half would just not...
Hey, no offense, but I don't think this walking Saltuna can's gonna appreciate you.
Keep talking, Millstone. See what happens. Now's not a good time. I'm dealing with a problem.
So, go space yourself.
You must really want to truncheon through your teeth. Do what you want.
Whatever you heard, it's all true. I had this foreman, right? Guy never liked me, always trying to get a rise out of me. But I keep my chin up, right? Be the bigger man, I tell myself. He's a Spacer's chosen man, though. So when the Chosen beat my Rangers the other night, my foreman comes swaggering up with his head. That's when I broadsided him with a tossball stick. Yeah. Look, this was a long time coming. Guy thinks he can push me around because he's some sky-high foreman, and I'm just a back bay's dock... Well, former dock worker. Guess I just tendered my resignation. Enjoy my freedom. Scrounged together enough bits for a 0G. Other than that, can't say it. Hey, not for nothing. But I saw you wander out of that ship over there by the dock. Captain of the Unreliable. You're like something out of a serial drama. Hey, I don't want to talk your ears off, guessing you got places to be. I appreciate your time. Felix Millstone. Please. See you. Going for a stroll around the docking base?
Just arrived? Head over to customs. Wheeler needs to process you.
That's quite the impressive list of infractions.
I wonder what that fella did to get the board so much.
Customs and inspection, right this way. Identification, please. Captain Hawthorne, you said. Let me apologize in advance. According to your ship's record, you've been flagged by the board. Your ship will be impounded until such a time as they see fit to lift.
But we've hardly been out of Edgewater long enough to get in trouble.
Well, isn't this wonderful? The captain's done something to get on the board's bad...
Now, hold on. This isn't the end of the world. You'll want to take it up with Udom Bedford, our board representative here on Groundbreaker. His office is located along the starboard wall of the promenade. Shines like a Byzantium commode. You can't miss it. Access to that information is above my pay grade, and I've turned down 3 promotions, so it stays that way. I shouldn't be mentioning it, but what the hell? This here, impounding your ship, it doesn't happen much. The board knows we don't take kindly to their interfering in our operation. If I had to take a guess as to why, you must have riled up someone important. You take the starch out of them, well, you won't hear any complaints from me. Oh, and if you're headed that way, would you mind doing me a favor? Wanda Dorset over in sickbay,
Tell her the shipment's not in yet. It's not coming in anytime soon, and if she'd be so obliged to get off my ass about it. Is there anything else? The fence. You'll find her in the rest and go. On your left, make sure you bring an empty belly. Maybe. Most of the shipping traffic in the system passes through Groundbreaker. Every couple of months, we even get a big interstellar freight. Two biggest operations are the board. That is, Halcyon Holdings and Sublight Salvage. But there are independent operators around the promenade. Most of those jobs are going to take you off station, though. Commandant Sanita might have a couple of folks she needs killed. Bad folks, I mean. Not regular folks. She'll be at the security desk behind me. Chief Junlei might have an errand needs running. She's all tired.
No kidding? I'd love to get a look at this old girl's innards. I bet they're real twisty and weird.
Happy to help.
You're real good at...
Well, thank you, miss. It's not...
Can we move this along? I have a certain, matter.
Are you pulling my leg? You must be one of them long-haul freighters from outside the colony. Well, I won't hold... It goes like this. Back on Earth, before the crossing, the powers that be were selling off stakes in distant star systems. A bunch of companies decided to throw in together and form the Halcyon Holdings Corporation. Then buy up the rights to this here colony. That group's what we... Yep, Groundbreaker's the only real independent port. Seems like every year the board's offices get big. Groundbreaker was one of the original colony vessels to come over on the crossing. Once everybody'd been de-thawed and I guess that was the start of our independent spirit. Now, here we are. Sitting around drinking whiskey and smoking cigars, yeah, probably. Glad to help. Relative to the board holdings? Not really. They aren't rich, but they strip the sublight, the rum. All right. He's friendly enough. Not that he really likes his cereals, too. Maybe a little too much.
Don't see what's so wrong about liking cereals.
Udon takes... You noticed. What can I say? We're passionate folks, and the board can't abide that independent spirit, especially not when all their interstellar freighters come through us, and we skim a few bits. Folks around here... You sure you didn't just step off one of the interstellar freight? There's no working with the board. They don't share. Not bits, people, Groundbreaker, It's a delicate balance, right? They got us. We push them.
The board wouldn't do that.
The board is necessary to provide order to the colony. They believe it's their prerogative to overrun you. But whether you allow...
It's a tough line to walk, no doubt about that. Sure thing. Be seeing.
Something the matter?
picked up this weird signal the other day. It was coming from Monarch.
Here we go again. No one lived.
Hi there. What can Groundbreaker security do for you? This is the security desk. If you're here to report a crime, you'll want to talk to Commandant Sunita. I'm not so good at filing. Mix up first name and surname. Folks are liable to start taking your filing privilege. Sure, and stuff from outside the system too, off the interstellar freighters. That's why we also have so many armed Mardettes on. That'd be awful weird. On account of you should be locked up back here too then. We can't just let anyone walk in here. I would maybe... All right, I guess. In and out, though. Just...
Can we talk?
Unless you're here to file an incident report. Last tip we got pointed toward the back bays. You want... You and about 6 other enterprising maverick. I do hope you're the Still waiting to hear back. The outlaw scientist fella. If you have an inkling of the wheres or what fors of his glad to hear it. Do I look like your gossipy best? Then get to... We're the security force here on Groundbreaker. The original force was made up of a Marine detachment from the... Folks started...
Carry on.
Got my sights on you. Carry on.
Got my sights on you.
What can Groundbreakers... Chief Junlei Tennyson. Her
Was she...
Good as she can be. She could stand the... Sure is, but she makes it look easy. She's real competent, our chief. Chief Tennyson don't generally hire outsiders for station job. Anything else? They're run by I ought to warn you straight off. Scuttlebutts. Let's say there's been time. Now let's. If anybody could prove them criminals, the board would have put their foot down a long time. Something gets nicked or someone turns up dead. Against is a strong word. Let's say that if you need something the board ain't inclined to sell, you might look to Sublight to get it. You might pay Sublight a shitload of bits for it, but that money gets passed on to their contractors, so...
You must admit, there is a beauty to the order of it. Everything operates within the constraint.
People do what they... Get some... Oops!
Oh, don't worry.
Can't speak for the captain, but I'm used to listening to folks drone on about their pointless, depressing...
Awful generous of you. Listening... That's what... Less than there used to be. Fewer freighters passing through these days. I spend some shifts just listening to the wireless. Search me? I mean, don't search me, because that's my job. I reckon...
I'll go. Nothing.
Hey there. Most places are... I gotta... You need anything? Be seeing. I don't have time for this.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. The board would like to remind spacers and other travelers that passage is lifted for your protection. Canyons of acid and sulfur rain are the least of the horrors plaguing the surface of
Try not to be distracted by the glare of the adverts. Lots of unsavory types about.
Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch, Triple Flakes, and Purple Berry flavored Power Nuggets. Now with 12% more crunch.
Ooh, can we rent an upstairs room?
How do you do? And welcome to the Rest and Go. We used to be the Go and Rest, but folks never knew when to leave. Sorry. Oh, you can't miss her. Right behind you, number 2. First unit on the left, or second unit from the right, depending on... Fine, as long as the board... Our Chief Tennyson has an independent streak. There's a reason the board's embassy is... Our local garbage collectors. Of course. Oh, I'm sorry. Was this your room?
Bless my heart. A stranger come knocking on a porch. You here for a particular reason? Or did the neighbors tell you how good my sugar cookies are? Made without a single natural ingredient, or an... Those have been the height of illegality since Stellar Bay turned their noses up at the board. You and I could be thrown to the void just for discussing such a transaction. Lucky for us, Groundbreaker's a free port. We're outside of the board's control. Now, I only have the one nav key, and they're hard to come by these days. It won't be cheap. If you find yourself Phineas, that old kook. He was quite the dancer back in his prime, did he tell you? Real light in the wallet, too. He still owes me a small fortune. Well, I find I'm in need of a ship captain with a little moral flexibility. Might be this could help out the Groundbreaker, as well as... Do you know Edna, over in engineering? Sweet as a pea, that. She sent me a recording of a distress signal she'd scraped from the Groundbreaker's comm array. Curious thing is, it came from an outpost called Roseway. And Auntie Cleo abandoned that place years ago. You've got an ear for intrigue and a nose for bits. I like that. If you should find a secret worth selling, might be I could find a buyer. The more we got the corpse... Don't forget to come. Might want to acquaint yourself with Junlei Tennyson, Groundbreaker's chief. She's been trying to get a handle on this heat problem we've got. You'll find her fretting in engineering. Want a charming copper ca- If you're here for this...
Can we talk?
That maniac on Monarch still screams.
You ever hard up for work? Try Sublight Salvage. Good pay if you're morally flexible.
Huh? What's going on here? What do you think you're... Ah, just be careful next time.
Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story.
Still getting acquainted? Didn't quite catch. Glass ear? Sorry, there. Nothing to fear. Sorry again. Huh? What? Huh.
Sorry about the heat. Chief Dennison. Oh, and heard of it?
Not the word I'd use. I think of it more like a,
I liked it fine.
I'm sure they're doing their best. That's... So, what can I get you? Some soap? Everyone loves soap. Everyone... I'm bound to satisfy headgear-related inquiries. Oh, I'm having a stellar day. And not just because I'm legally obligated to say so. Almost as stellar. I can see all of the top-quality merchandise in the Spacer's Choice catalog. Spacer's Choice regrets that we don't sell toothpaste at this time. Spread walk. Have a look. You should get... Don't take my...
I'm not going anywhere, you hear? Move along.
Is any of the news they play here actually true?
You can't keep me out of there.
I'm sorry. See, Furu? We could have avoided all this unpleasantness if you just let me talk to Jess. Let me get one thing straight. Jessie and I are not friends. As for the rest, I'm trying to figure that out. All I know is that she's been here too long, and she's apparently not receiving visitors. Be my guest, if you know something I don't about dealing with hospital bureau.
What seems to be... If only my other patients had so many inquiring after them. I'll tell you. The records say Miss Doyle checked herself in and requested I admit no visitors. The requests of our patients are paramount, so no. She's not my patient. I'm certain no one on my staff would falsify patient records, if that's what you're... Not without dispensation. We don't have the... Take care.
Good luck getting to Jessie.
Mind your steps.
Can't say I've seen you before. If you're here to better yourself, you'll have to wait. Did he now? The mouth on that man. I swear. He must be referring to Irion. I'm sure the fool's got... I'm beginning to wonder if I'm ever gonna get my service mechanic. I'd be grateful if you'd spare the time. We need his delivery soon. Last he told me, he was taking a shortcut by Scylla, an asteroid in the Charybdis cluster. That's where I'd start. You look out, though. Keep hanging. Look. You...
We got any more of that coagulating spray left?
You tried to get us all in trouble?
What do you think you're...
Just don't make any trouble for me, okay?
You're sure this is perfectly safe? I'd rather not die early of an infectious disease myself.
To the last ratted on rotten time. Leave, you hull-headed quacks do know that restful recuperation requires not being disturbed? What? Why? Everything's fine. We're all fine here. No need for her to be worrying her. I'm just terrible, dreadful sick is all. Got a cough that won't quit and sores all over my body. Highly, lethally contagious. Should have known she'd send a bruiser after me. Damned if I don't rue the day I saved her scrawny little hide. Inadvertently, I befriended a bloodhound in the process. Alright, okay, we can discuss it. Seems I've got to do something before Ellie goes jabbering my business to anyone.
The truth is, I'm not sick. But if you repeat what I'm about to tell you to anyone, I will deny it with my dime. You, ain't with the board, are you? See, I owe them a lot. I might have missed a payment or two, and the other night I swear someone was following me back to my room. So I hold up. Udon Bedford's the board guy on the station. He'd know how I stand with them. If you can square things for me, I'd owe you one even bigger than... What? No, I didn't do anything. I'm a law-abiding... Think? No. I recognize a contracted killer when I see one, thank you. In my line of work, that's a skill you develop during week 1. Assuming you want it. Alright, I'll fess this part up too, if it means you'll help me. I'm a thief. I specialize in particularly high-end and historically valuable... 3 weeks back, I caught rumor that the Blood Tier diamond, last worn by an heiress on the Lost Hope... If I had, you think I'd be hiding out in the Med Bay? I was gonna steal it. Let's just say things went sideways about the time I got my hands on the diamond. Anywho, I barely made it out with my life, and nary a plan to make back... Thanks for helping me with the Or I guess I should say, Ellie is one, huh?
Any word on just... Good luck. The board's got an office on the prom... I'd go with you to see the board's rep.
Mechanicals all over. Got us sweating to move boxes.
I was wondering what they do with their waste. I guess they just chuck it down here. Where's it all go? How about I stay up top? You know, keep watch. Okay?
It's always fucking freezing. Careful where you smoke. The crew bills us for it.
You ever hard up for work? Try sublight salvage.
News packet at the
Hey, if
Task
you're
Force.
morally flexible.
With the rail gliding championships. Heading?
You know that sound when you've snapped on an injector clip? I got a full line of weapons. Why, it gets you the...
All the better for performing a little...
Self-improvement, including...
Take your basic Deadeye assault rifle. Perfectly serviceable. But what if you like finesse? Slap a scope and silencer on that bad boy. Bunker down in a bush someplace and pop. What if you like getting in close and making a lot of noise? Extended ammo magazine and a... Only takes no and yes. When you install something, it pops in there real nice, but if you want to replace it, the original... So...
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. Tossball finals are scheduled to air soon.
Seeking relief from the heat? Till June. I hear tell some folk down in the townships are getting... The radiators, they're fucked 10 ways to sun. And we're all sweating buckets wondering...
It might be your thermal control system's busted. That can happen if it's not tended.
I don't really care what the issue is, kid. Sweat's starting to make me... That's not for me to say. There's nobody...
I had a question about your plan, Mr. Vicker.
Of course. The cosmos is generated and directed by the universal equation, also known as the Grand Plan. By contemplating the teleological order of things, one can achieve verity. Oh, right. You had a question?
Never mind. That about answers it. Stuff in here I ain't seen in ages.
Well, this should prove interesting, to say the least.
Welcome to Sublight Salvage and Shipping, a legitimate business. You the one flying? Miss Lily has been expecting you. Sure am. A few years back, they got me started on simple acquisitions. These days, I stick to HQ.
So you're the new captain in town.
I was hoping you'd make your way to my office. Saves me the work of hunting you down. Lilia Hagen, CEO and Executive Director of Aggressive Operations. I'm guessing you already know about... Charmed. It's nice to see the Unreliable again. Useful ship. Hawthorne was my contractor. I'd recognize... I didn't... I have a salvage job for someone light on corporate ties with a reliable...
There is always a...
If you have a nav key to Stellar Bay, the job's yours. I like that initiative, but ease back on the throttle. Gladys, if there's anything else... These days, the scrap business... Our field is persuasive acquisitions. At least that's how my legal... Not all of our salvage is abandoned when we find it. Sometimes it takes a polite conversation and a shot across the bow. Your words. Hey, careful with the C word around here. I like to keep things above board, and that kind of talk only... Sublight occupies a legal blind spot. No one knows what we're licensed to do, and that gives our little business... Very. I have this thing about numbers in spreadsheets. I like to think of myself as the last honest businesswoman. If this...
Sublight for life. Corporations never lifted a finger for me.
If you're hungry, they're You know what sprats are? Space rats. Sprat meat... Absolutely not. Spratwurst... Boar... Terra frying is a Spacer's Choice brand secret. A mix... Legal? Between... Just...
You look like someone who's taken their share of cuts and bruises. We also have... Everything I sell is fresh from the forge. Not me, but it's in my... Oh.
RT greeting. Potential this unit is... This unit is shock simulation restored. How shock subroutine complete. Estimated guilt level of customer increased by 35%. This unit is beginning dispatch. Meals come with this unit. Have you seen this man? Reward offered for information leading to the capture of noted terrorist Phineas. Have you seen this man?
Go back to
Reward
Byzantium,
offered
you
for
gold-plated
information leading to
bastard.
the capture of noted terrorist Phineas.
No one wants you on Groundbreaker.
I'm just gonna hang in the back and try not to touch.
Ah, yes. Wheeler messaged me you were coming. You must be the captain of the Unreliable, a vessel that used to be helmed by one Alex. Has something happened to my... Oh no, this is terrible. My dear friend, what devil... Oh, Alex. He was my dearest friend. My only friend. You have his ship, you must know. That picture of us on the promenade, me hugging him, him wincing. I keep a copy beside my... Ah, that's just like him. Such a sentimental man. Tell me. No! dreadful. That was always Alex's greatest fear, you know. Devoured by those fiends. Right. You're going important places, I'm sure. Big, exciting, important... There, I've removed the flag from your ship. I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience. However, Alex promised to tell me the location of Phineas Wells. I'm sure you've seen his wanted posters all over the colony. Did Alex tell you where Wells might be? Anything at all? What? Amazing! I didn't think those things worked. Mostly people draw funny faces on them. An apprehension of this caliber will be tremendous for my career. I'll send you straight away to my superiors in Byzantium, only... Oh, la. Oh, no. Just a teensy one, the teensiest. Nothing to, lie awake worrying about for nights on end or anything. The thing is, I needed money. A lot of money. Quick. I might have pawned my official board seal to Gladys, the black market fence here on the Groundbreaker. I can't authorize the paperwork you'll need to turn Phineas in with...
Stray too much from the, straight and narrow, and one may just find himself assigned pastoral duty in a maximum security penitentiary.
To give away something so important to you, there must have been some curious reasons.
I'll thank you not to question my motives, young miss. It was a mistake, and I'd like to put it behind me. It's only temporary, of course. I'd never leave something so important in the hands of someone of such a dubious moral character. I was going to buy it back once I raised the capital. So you'll need to get my seal back from her if you want to hand Phineas over to the board. Oh, it might surprise you.
Architect have mercy, you don't possess a lick of sense, do you?
You can't say anything worse to me than what I've already said to myself. Now, let's get back to business, hmm? That's the long and short of it, yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I'll be waiting eagerly for your return. Now, is there any way... Miss Doyle owes the board a significant sum. Alas, the only collateral she has is her organs. Compulsory donation is quite legal in such cases. That's not unreasonable.
I guess it's better than losing your organs, but I don't know, Captain.
Miss Doyle is deeply in debt, and the board has every right to do whatever they like to recoup that debt. What guarantee do I have that she'll agree to the terms you negotiate? You might be surprised. But we'll proceed on the assumption she'll be reasonable. I will recall my collection agent. Tell Miss Doyle to report to me promptly for her first assignment. Now, is there an... I'm the certified representative of the board's interests here on the Groundbreaker. I have few
Oh, good law! Who'd want to go to that? No. Emphatically no. Best to be clear, law, but it's miserable. My underarms are damp. Chief Tennyson is deplorable conduct.
Oh. They're here to keep...
Hardly. Groundbreaker makes much ado about its independence. A luxury stateroom, reserved for... Oh, good law, of course not. As this office is the primary...
Hello again. You know. How?
Sometimes sacrifices must be made to stay aligned with the plan. Unfortunate, but necessary.
Your local foreign embassy.
This is Halcyon News.
Good lord, the
We
heat in
interrupt
here
a
is so
regularly scheduled
unbearable I can hardly
advertisement for the
even
following
concentrate.
story.
June later.
Thought there'd be more machinery. Must be housed on a sublevel.
I could spend all day in here and not have looked at half the best stuff. It's all pretty worn, though.
Who gave you a needle full of love?
June Lei is about the only thing holding this
And
leaky old
Cleo,
wreck
that's
together.
who. Have you given your auntie a hug today? This has been Halcyon News.
You should clear out. Engineering's a dangerous place to wander until we get those radiators fixed.
Who there? Hey, McRed, were you expecting any company?
A neighbor from above approached. Look at this ripe piece of meat. Just time to feed the flames.
Is this what carbon monoxide poisoning looks like?
Speaking for myself, Captain, I am not of a mind to be murdered by a psychopath who plays...
You came with the crew. Welcome. We got plenty of space to spread out, but only... Woo! Look at the courage on this one. Lay it on me, boss. Listen to the fire of those convictions. Alive or dead. My flame? Shit. Little flick here got me started on the pyro path.
Don't worry, Mr. McRed. We'll treat Mr. Flick extra nice on account.
You call your lighter Little...
I'll miss my baby pyro, but it beats losing my head. This court needs its... Keen eyes you got there. Sunita gave me this lighter. We had a carnal understanding a few years back, and she wanted me... Lay it on me. Ship got impounded. That's bureau... Am I your dark reflection?
Aura is like a disco ball caught in a black hole.
Even the proverbial unwashed masses would turn their noses up at this place. I'd cut them off.
Not another step in that direction, friend.
Don't give it a name. What are you thinking? It hasn't got a heart? Not like us.
I'll keep quiet.
Does everyone get branded? Red's
Nope. Your ass is a priceless canvas now that it's home.
Trouble incoming, Captain. anger a man of the cloth.
You got it, Captain! So cozy.
Captain, could I have a moment of your time?
This is Halcyon News.
Captain, if I could trouble you for a moment of your time, while we're on the Groundbreaker, I've been thinking on that. There's a former infamous philosopher scholar who fled Terra 2 some years ago. He's also who told me of the journal's presence. That's a good. Fortunately, we're in the perfect place to start. I'll comb the last 6 months of
Junlei Tennyson. I'm captain around here, but chief to my friends. No, it isn't. It's a mess, but it's my mess. Just so we understand each other, I'm the final word on the ship. The Mardits, the crew, the engineers, their family. I hope there won't... Good. Don't go making trouble. And so what brings you to Groundbreaker? Interesting. The powers that be paint an ugly picture of... We see a lot of the...
What? I didn't think you just...
Parvati, is it? That's a lovely name. What can I do for you?
I was just thinking, I haven't got much experience...
Junlei is fine.
Force of habit, I guess. Okay. Since you run a whole space station, I was wondering if... Well, maybe you could teach me some things. I could message you later?
I'd be happy to make the time, Parvati. You can ask...
Right. Wow, great. I'll do that.
Not a problem. Groundbreaker's radiators need replacement parts. They're dumping superheat. Only the board has access to new parts. None. The board isn't helping, and my resources are spread. Those are... Wow. That's exactly... I'll take those. There's a terminal in the back. Activate it when I call...
Don't worry, Miss Junlei.
I'm genuinely...
This is Halcyon News.
CNP Borston Baked Beans. When you need to eat one.
It's almost time for today's episode. Depends. See the lights. Taking a show or two at the infamous Bijou. All right, I'll sell it. Any... What do you... That's right, dearie. Though for how long? The board... But it... Go. Groundbreakers... The... But...
What a...
You do have a... Ash... I've got... gracious. I... If you're... Yeah. You could always try your hand at landing in Cascadia, if you're interested. Pick your poison. Landing pad, but it...
B&P, I can't believe it's not yours. It's unbelievable how good it is.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt.
The controls are in the back of the machinery shaft area.
Come! I'll take your confession now!
booted up and killed a bunch of mantis. Bad news. Diagnostic says their circuit boards are fused from the so they're not too picky about who they kill next. Sneak fast if you can. Shoot. I can always fix it later.
Here we go!
I don't think that's working!
You okay, Captain?
Here they come!
That didn't work!
Nice hit! Go!
Interception.
We're not getting through!
That's the terminal. I have the parts in position on my side. Go ahead and cycle the droplet pumps. If you don't know what that means, just look for a command that says, cycle droplet pumps. Done. The temperatures are dropping. once you found your way out of there. Groundbreaker.
This is Halcyon News.
My boards are returning to green. What a weight that is off my shoulders. I don't normally tolerate outsiders mucking about in my... The temperature should be dropping as we speak. I'll see to it. If you've got time, I believe Edna has a comms issue that could use your attention. Frustrating. Everything down to the circuit boards is past warranty, so... Plus, there's no time to train... Sure is. I was promoted only recently.
They must have been amazing people.
That means a lot. It was different knowing that I couldn't turn to anyone who could... Maybe you can see why I'm protective of Groundbreaker.
Oh, gosh. I don't know.
Don't sell yourself short. It doesn't take a seasoned pro. We're always... I hope that was a joke, Cap. I yelled at that thing years ago. You see any bite-sized Tennyson children running around? The next captain will... You're right, I don't. I like to think of myself as a nice person, but if that gaudy embassy of his was on fire, I might hold my breath a moment before activating. The board wants control over Groundbreaker, and leeches like Udom Bedford will do anything to please their corporate... I placate them when I have something to offer, but I can also be a real hard-ass. It'd be a joy if I could kick out the corporate merch. Too much of Groundbreaker... You've got...
CNP pancake mix. Now requires no mixing. Seriously.
It's almost...
Rizzo's strawberry punch. You want a punch? We've got your punch right here.
This is it. Security. I can check the departures register to find out which crew change.
How goes the hunt? Nothing excessive. I believe I'm growing fond of you, bounty hunter. Here's the bounty payout. Nice work down there. With any luck, we can... With that bastard McRed dead...
So far as you know, I'm not drinking on duty.
There it is. Now that we have the data cartridge, I can finally find out where that scholar I looked. Got it. His name is Reginald Cheney, and he joined a sublight salvage crew. Only he's not listed on the return map. Ah, yes. Here. There's a domicile on Monarch, and I should have guessed. What better? Oh, it's nothing. I suppose I really did. I admit it was a bit of a long shot, but when you've spent as many hours as I have in contemplation of the universe's secret.
Wish I could say it was... The good news came through the wireless. Looks like you paid my debt to Jesse.
Tell you what, I'm a little short on bits at the moment, but I'm a decent scrapper and a better-than-average sawbo. If you're looking for a medic... If I'm being honest, and I prefer not to, I was about ready to pick up another contract anyway, and you settled this in a pretty tidy fashion. But we can say I'm repaying the favor if you... You won't be sorry. Though it looks like you've got a full roster already. Time to play. Traveling in style, are we? I'll be sure to navigate.
Welcome to the crew, Miss Ellie. We're real happy to have...
Got word from Udom, from the hitman who trailed me the other night. See, I ain't too elated about going... You sure saved my skin, stranger.
Gracious. Want a chart? If you're here... Should... Where? And...
Do you have it? You know, my... Oh, my law. You've done it. You've saved my hide. I can't thank you enough. Now then, let me see. I just have to apply the seal here, sign like so, and... Ta-da! Here are the forms you'll need once you reach Byzantium. Oh, and a nav key so your ship can travel. Those authorization forms will let you speak with Sophia when you arrive. I'll send her a message straight away to let her know you're coming.
Captain, are you telling me you haven't heard of the
Yes, quite. She can fill you in. Best...
I never thought I would see the gates of Byzantium, never mind what lies beyond.